/@Senate of Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Committee Room, B306. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Committee Room, B306. Did you know live Senate video is now available at youtube.com/@Senate of Virginia? This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Committee Room, B306. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Committee Room, B306. Did you know live Senate video is now available at youtube.com/@Senate of Virginia? This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Committee Room, B306. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Committee Room, B306. Did you know live Senate video is now available at youtube.com/@Senate of Virginia? This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Committee Room, B306. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Committee Room, B306. Did you know live Senate video is now available at youtube.com/@Senate of Virginia? This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Committee Room, B306. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Committee Room, B306. Did you know live Senate video is now available at youtube.com/@Senate of Virginia? This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Committee Room, B306. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Committee Room, B306. Did you know live Senate video is now available at youtube.com/@Senate of Virginia? This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Committee Room, B306. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Committee Room, B306. Did you know live Senate video is now available at youtube.com/@Senate of Virginia? This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Committee Room, B306. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Committee Room, B306. Did you know live Senate video is now available at youtube.com/@Senate of Virginia? This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Committee Room, B306. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Committee Room, B306. Did you know live Senate video is now available at youtube.com/@Senate of Virginia? This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Committee Room, B306. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Committee Room, B306. Did you know live Senate video is now available at youtube.com/@Senate of Virginia? This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Committee Room, B306. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Committee Room, B306. Did you know live Senate video is now available at youtube.com/@Senate of Virginia? This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Committee Room, B306. This is the Senate of Virginia.
Call the last meeting this year, the Commission on Electrical Utility Regulation to order. Our quorum has just arrived. We have a very packed docket. I'd like to try and go as quickly as we can to get through it. Carrie? Where'd Carrie go? There she is. Okay. Carrie, can you call the roll?
Senator Surville.
Here.
Senator Lucas.
Senator Lucas is here.
Senator Obenshain.
Here.
Senator Deeds.
Present.
Delegate Kilgore. Speaker Scott. Delegate Sullivan.
Here.
Delegate Webert.
Here.
Delegate Herring. Delegate Munden King.
Oh, she's logging in, I think.
Ms. Cassidy Rasnick. Mr. Josephus Almond.
Here.
Mr. Jesse Lynch.
Here.
Mr. Mead Browder.
Here.
Mr. Chair, we have a quorum.
Excellent. Good. Well, I want to thank everybody for coming today. I know we've been doing a lot of work, and appreciate everybody being here in person so we can get a quorum done. So we have a series of subcommittees that have looked at some stuff. And a bunch of things to consider that they've approved and a couple of things that were sort of deferred, I guess. So why don't we kick right into it for subcommittee number 1, which is energy affordability, which was chaired by Senator Deeds. Who's going to give the report on that? Carrie, you done
At
it?
the podium.
I don't care. It's up to you.
Oh, I can see you all.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, so we have 2 utility disconnections and extending IOU spending commitments on energy assistance. We have those 2 policy things to talk about. Carrie, why don't you tell us what the subcommittee did? And Senator Deeds, fill us in if she misses anything.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the final meeting of the year. So we had a number of subcommittee meetings in energy affordability. Subcommittee number 1, we have 2 policies that CUR staff, led by our very own Jamie Bitts, helped develop with subcommittee input and various stakeholder conversations, including discussions with the utilities and other stakeholders. First in your packet is a policy proposal relating to increasing transparency on electric utility disconnections in Virginia. There's a memo and the policy, and for everyone who's online or in the audience, we do have a public copy of everything that is in our packets. The second policy proposal, also developed by staff, relates to extending Phase 1 and Phase 2 electric utility spending commitments with respect to energy assistance and weatherization programs. For that policy, there's also a discussion relating to how this program originated as it tied together with the strategic undergrounding with distribution lines. And so we have both policies. They've both been fully discussed and vetted at the subcommittee level. Mr. Chairman, let me know how you'd like me to present these in
Okay, let's do them one at a
detail or in
time. So
summary.
I guess the first one is a piece of legislation, Senator Deeds, you all approved that requires reporting on utility disconnections every year. Is that right?
That's right, Mr. Chair. The bill was essentially designed to allow us to gather information about disconnections. The questions that were raised in the subcommittee had to do with their effect on some of the smaller co-ops, the effects of some of these regulations, and I think some of these changes have been made to ameliorate some of those concerns, but I'm not certain that they do, honestly, but maybe Carrie could explain that.
Mr. Chairman and Senator Deeds, yes, on page 1 of the disconnection policy, and you'll see that at the top of the policy, if our staff have made recommended edits since the time that we received a version from DLS, we have highlighted it in yellow and marked it in red with a date and time stamp, just to be clear that these edits are coming from us on staff. So on line 15, you will see reference to with respect to the reporting of zip code level data. We understand that may be a little bit challenging with respect to that level of granularity with certain utilities. So we add the phrase, unless the utility is exempted by the commission from providing such information in the report to protect customer privacy. And then on line 57 on page 3, the statement as known to the utility is added relating to seeking information around the number of residential customers involuntarily disconnected from service due to non-payment that are participating in payment assistance programs. So these are elements that we discussed with the co-ops, and I believe those are amenable to their requests.
Concern was essentially, Mr. Chair, that some of the co-ops don't collect some of the minute information we were seeking, and we were just trying to allow some flexibility for the commission.
Okay. Anybody have any other questions about this policy? I think it's pretty straightforward. Just requiring reporting on disconnections every year, so we have some more transparency as to how many people are having their power turned off.
And I'll send. It's a recommendation of the subcommittee, but if we need a motion, I'll move that we include this in our legislative package.
Yeah, we need a motion to endorse it for I guess the commission would endorse it, I guess is the right motion. Is there a second on that?
Second.
Yeah, Senator Obenshain.
Just out of curiosity, process-wise, I know I was unable to make the meetings on Tuesday. There's been a lot of activity on these pieces of legislation this morning even, and I'm curious as to whether we're going to at least, and I have no idea whether anybody wants to comment on this, but whether stakeholders are going to be given an opportunity to comment upon the bills that are before us. They may have commented on Tuesday and may not feel a need to today.
Mr. Chair, there were plenty of comments about this legislation on Tuesday. I'm not sure if you want to conduct another full hearing.
I'm not suggesting a full hearing, but if there are new concerns, or I'd be interested in hearing.
Well, I will tell you, Mr. Chair, the co-ops had a list of concerns, and we tried to address that, and I asked specifically if other utilities had any concerns about the legislation, about the information that was collected, and I heard.
And I suspect this is probably the least likely to attract comments. I'm just asking for purposes of bills that we undertake consideration of as the day moves on.
Understood. You're trying to figure out what the precedent's going to be. I got it. All right, well, having heard what the two little tiny changes that were made to the bill between the hearing we had on Tuesday and today, does anybody out there have any feedback they want to give on the two little changes? Doesn't look like it. Okay. If there's a motion and a second that we endorse this bill, ready to vote? Okay. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Doesn't look like it.
Lucas, say aye.
Thanks, Senator Lucas. And Delegate King, are you on there yet?
Anna? She is online.
Okay. All right. Having heard no objection. All right. Okay, we'll show it as passed unanimously. Okay, the second one up. Okay, this second one, Carrie just already explained it. This is an extension of the energy assistance and weatherization pilot. And I believe that Senator Lucas had an amendment she wanted to make to this, which, has that been distributed to everybody? Anna, Jamie, has this been distributed?
Strategic undergrounding. Yeah.
Okay,
They're
so.
one for the public.
So the members, I think Carrie just mentioned this, but when this legislation was originally adopted, it was paired with the strategic undergrounding program that that has been deployed over, I guess, the last 4 or 5 years now. And the code basically mandates Dominion to spend money on energy assistance and weatherization but they can't rate base it. It basically comes out of the shareholder side, and it was paired with the strategic undergrounding program. And Senator Lucas, I believe, is interested in carrying this bill, but believes it ought to continue to be paired with the strategic undergrounding program.
correct.
Right. So Senator Lucas, you have a motion to make this amendment on this enactment clause? Senator Lucas, do you move this enactment clause to add the strategic undergrounding to this?
Yes, so moved, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
To add to add that clause.
If he moves that, is there a second? Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded that we add that. Weber, you want to say something?
Just a quick question, Mr.
Yep.
Chair. So basically, you're extending the weatherization to 2038, even as well as the strategic underground to 2038.
Correct.
That's what the amendment does?
That is
Correct.
correct.
Okay.
That is correct. That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Got it. Thank you, Senator Lucas. Okay. Mr. Browder, I know you had some concerns, and I don't know if you want to re-articulate them or not, but I wasn't present, but I heard you had concerns.
Right. I just observed at the subcommittee meeting that I think that these two initiatives are apples and oranges, basically. I didn't really see any linkage between the two, other than just, we're talking about extension of time periods of when something expires, but that's really the only connection I see between the two. One is, well, I'll leave it at that. I think their relative merits could be at opposite ends of the spectrum from some perspectives. So in my view, they'd be more separate, but if wish to link them,
Mr. Chair,
Oh, you make sure you're on mic too, Senator Deeds.
in the subcommittee, the subcommittee was, our title was affordability. We were the affordability committee. I understand there may have been some historic linkage between these programs, but the concern that was raised about this was that this undergrounding doesn't really do anything to make electricity more affordable. It adds $4.34 to the cost of a customer's monthly bill. It's a very popular plan, and I agree. I mean, growing up out in the country, I'm used to being in the black for 24 hours sometimes, and I don't think the underground lines would have ever been knocked out by wind or snow or rain. So I'm not complaining about the program, but the reason it wasn't adopted is that it doesn't make electricity more affordable.
Okay.
And
Mr. Chair.
I want to get Delegate King in the queue, and then I got Obenchain. What? So King, are you there? Is she coming online now? Okay, Delegate King, we can't hear you. We're going to skip to Obenchain. We'll come back to you.
Mr. Chair, just to Senator Deeds' point, we attempt to achieve a balance between affordability and reliability. That's the link, in my view. Electricity doesn't do us any good if it's affordable but not reliable. It doesn't do us any good if it's reliable but not affordable. And I think that this helps us achieve that balance. So I hope that there is continued linkage.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just to remind you that the current policy that is in your packet has a blank where you all are being offered a choice in terms of options with respect to what the funding amounts would be set at. So we discussed this in the subcommittee. There are two options on the table, and the subcommittee agreed to move this forward with the full commission setting the volumes.
All right, well, the first thing is we have to add this undergrounding thing to it if we're going to do that, and then we need to do that second. So I would just say that in terms of the undergrounding, I sort of feel the same way that Senator Obenchain does, in that if electricity isn't on, businesses can't operate, people can't go to work, people can't do things, and that affects people's lives and affordability as well. And I would note that when power lines keep getting knocked down by trees repeatedly, ratepayers end up paying for that ultimately when they have to go and string the lines back up and put the transformers back on and everything else. And so I think the benefits of the program do have affordability impacts as well. That's kind of where I stand on it. So we need to take a vote on this. So all those in favor of adding the undergrounding piece to this, say aye. Aye. Is there anybody opposed to it? Anybody opposed?
Lucas
Browder?
votes aye.
Okay, we'll show Browder as opposed. Everybody else in favor of adding that? Okay, now we need to
Mr.
add.
Chairman, just for our vote count, I think it would be helpful to either do a roll call or to hear.
No, we're not going to
Okay.
do roll call.
Okay.
People want to articulate it, they can say no, and we'll note that for the record. Browder
Okay.
just noted that.
You
Roll
have
call.
me, you have me recorded, you have Lucas voting aye, correct?
Thank you. Yeah, we do. Thank you, Senator. Okay, next, we need to make we have a motion to set these recommended spending levels. Senator Deeds, do you want to explain what the issue was between picking one versus the other?
Well, we had a discussion about the amounts, but I don't remember exactly what we.
You kicked it over to us.
Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to
Go ahead, Carrie.
remind everyone of the discussion and Senator Deeds. So the numbers that you have before you in option 1 and option 2 represent annualized estimates. So over a 10-year period for the Phase 2 utility of Dominion Energy Virginia, this would be $130 million over 10 years, or it could be different on an annual basis. but that's about an average of $13 million per year. For APCO, it's an average of about $1 million per year. That would be what it looks like to extend the existing spending levels that were set in 2018. Of course, here we are 7 years into the future, and with inflation rates and other expenses, including electricity costs having increased, we did simple ratio and estimated that to, right-size them for where we are today, they would be $17 million for Dominion on an annualized basis and $1.5 million for APCO. So those are your two options before you.
Okay, somebody needs to make a choice. Senator Dees, you have an idea?
I think Bill Murray wants to be heard.
Okay, come on up, Bill.
Mr. Chairman, very briefly, a way that you might want to conceivably think about it is you could set an annual minimum at the current level of 13 million and then do a 10-year figure of the 170 million. Some years, frankly, the economy is worse than others. I'm remembering the COVID year, we put extra money in at Energy Share that year because there was more need that year. So you might want to do a decade-long figure and then an annual minimum
Say
rather than having each
at a
year.
minimum of $13 million,
Right, and then
but not more than
170 million over
17.
10 years,
Yeah.
because some years, frankly, the economy's going worse than other years. I think the folks at DSS probably see that in their own programs.
Mr. Chair, I think
Okay.
that makes plenty of sense.
Okay, so you have a motion, Senator Dees?
That I would move that this legislation be amended to have a not less than $13 million a year, no more than $17 million per year.
Okay. And we don't have anybody from DLS in the room, but I think
Something like that.
we can communicate that to them. Jamie or Anna, you guys got that? Okay, what about APCO?
$1 million to $1.5 million.
Okay, that's the motion. Any other discussion about the motion?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. We make that amendment. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Nobody's opposed. Okay, so now we have an amended bill before us, extending the Energy Assistance Weatherization Plan and Strategic Undergrounding Plan to 2038.
I'd move we recommend that this bill go forward.
Okay,
Second.
it's been moved and seconded that we recommend this bill. Any other discussion? Anybody else out there have any feedback, commentary? Come on up. Hurry, 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 Dana. As to the changes we just made, not to the underlying bill that we heard in full in committee before.
That's fine.
Okay, go
I
ahead.
don't think it changes my comments. Hello, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Dana Wiggins with the Virginia Poverty Law Center. I think I just want to point out, and I appreciate everything that staff has done. I think there's a lot of positives, but I do want to just make the point that charity is not going to solve the affordability issue. And there are lots of other things that we have to do in order to actually make service more affordable. So it's totally fine if the company wants to, or both companies want to, or are required to offer more money. But if you look at the gap that people have in their ability to pay, there's lots of people who cannot pay right now. They're off-putting, they're not paying for medicine, they're not paying for food. And the gaps, lie heap, even though we are now receiving it, it's still less than it was in the last cycle, right? And so people are paying more for all these other things. They're just doing more with less. They're trying to, at least, and they're falling short. And so I think unless we're addressing the underlying costs and that drive up the cost of the utility service, we're not going to actually, charity is totally a necessary thing, but it's literally not going to solve this problem. We need and not everybody is going to be eligible for that charity who actually can't afford the service, right? There are going to be people who are working really hard, 2 or 3 jobs, but they're above the eligibility for some of these programs and some of the charity, but they are still going to be in need of those bills to be reduced for them to actually be able to survive. So I think it's just, these are good options, but the things that keep adding to bills are parts of the problem. Undergrounding, all of those other things are laudable, but if you look at, as Mr. Browder had said at the subcommittee meeting, the cost-benefit analysis doesn't actually weigh out in terms of actual cost of undergrounding versus the benefits of the reliability. It actually doesn't weigh out in terms of the costs, in terms of the actual reliability. So those are just food for thought. There are lots of other things like arrearage management plans and other things that help with affordability.
Thanks. I still also think, though, that when I remember when all this undergrounding stuff was being litigated, a lot of us thought that the SCC was not taking full account of the benefits of the program. For example, they weren't looking at how much time people lost in productivity by not having electricity. They only looked at the cost of stringing a wire, and they only looked at that kind of stuff. And there's bigger costs and benefits in play, too. Anyways, bill's before us.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
Let me just take 30 seconds to, I want to commend Ms. Wiggins and Mr. Browder for keeping these issues in front of this commission. I'm certainly not, I'm not voting for this because I think it solves the affordability problem. The affordability problem has many pieces to that particular puzzle. This is one of them. But I just want to thank you for keeping this commission's eye on the fact that we have a lot of work to do to get to the affordability and reliability issues facing the Commonwealth. But I think this is one little piece of the puzzle, so I'll be supporting it.
Okay. Any other discussion? Nope. Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Anybody opposed? Okay, show that as unanimous. Okay. All right, next up, we have subcommittee number 2, Advanced Energy Technology, which I chaired. Carrie, you want to tell us about geothermal and the nuclear energy hub request, budget request?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. In Subcommittee 2, this was around advanced energy technologies. We had 2 primary topics on the agenda throughout this year, including advancing geothermal energy systems, as well as exploring advancing the nuclear energy sector in Virginia. And we have one policy before you, which is a modification of Senate Bill 893, which was Senator Surville's bill last year. There was a work group since that time at the State Corporation Commission, and there are very, I think, simple modifications of the original bill that also echo elements of the work group report. Notably, the bill establishes a timeline from 2027 through 2029 and beyond, where there would be a carve-out within the renewable portfolio system to establish geothermal as a, to have a set amount for the carve-out for geothermal, starting with 0.5% in 2027, 0.75% in 2028, and 1% in 2029 and beyond. And there are 2 work groups in the enactment clause. One, you'll see an edit that we are recommending that the State Corporation Commission prepare a report evaluating the procurement and retirement of renewable energy certificates, or RECs, from geothermal heating and cooling systems. And that report gets submitted to the General Assembly by November 1st of 2028. The second enactment clause has the Real Estate Appraiser Board promulgating regulations requiring the development of a continuing education curriculum relating to these built environment systems with respect to acknowledging the increased value for real estate with respect to solar, geothermal, solar water heating investments, et cetera. So the recommendation on staff is to support this bill, and then next we'll have a
Right. We've already, I think we had a full hearing on this bill. There's been no amendments suggested since we had the full hearing before.
Give me just one moment to confirm that, because I'm seeing, so the amendment was discussed at the subcommittee. You're correct. Just want to acknowledge that the bill originally had the CUR.
Okay. And we heard testimony on, there's Habib over there who said this is the most bipartisan loved bill that we're ever going to hear. And it doesn't, no. Any other discussion about this?
It is an extremely difficult time.
Hey, Senator Lucas, you need to mute your line. Any other discussion about this? Doesn't look like it. Okay. Is there a motion that we endorse this?
So moved.
Is there a second? Sullivan? They moved and seconded. We endorse this bill. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Anybody opposed? One no? Okay. Show of Shane is opposed. Okay. All right. Next up, this is something we did not hear, right?
Correct, Mr. Chairman,
So,
there have
yeah,
been,
okay, so y'all might remember the other issue we had, I know Doug Webert feels very passionately about this, is doing more to advance our nuclear industry in Virginia. And we didn't have any legislative proposals that came out of it, but the Virginia Nuclear Workforce and, what's it called? What's the nuclear?
Virginia Nuclear Energy
Energy
Consortium
Consortium,
and the
yeah.
Virginia Nuclear Energy Consortium Authority,
Yeah, so
VNEC and VENECA.
They've come up with an $8 million budget request to help advance the nuclear industry in Virginia by sort of building on staffing and education of our nuclear workforce. Can you describe it in 2 minutes?
There's two requests. I will do the first one for VinHub. The Virginia Native Nuclear Hub was established with the Youngkin administration to provide more research opportunities for the nuclear industry here in Virginia. Virginia has more nuclear than any other state with what we have with defense, commercial, with BWXT, Framatome, and Huntington Ingalls, although they are known for building the ships, they also will be a big part of building the reactors. And so, but what we do lack in is further research, and so that's why we created the Virginia Innovative Nuclear Hub. This request will get us a research reactor, or work towards getting us a research reactor. We had 2 research reactors until the 80s, and then those both closed at Virginia Tech and at UVA. And so right now we're developing the business case to establishing a research reactor here in Virginia.
And that would be at what, like UVA or Tech or?
That is unknown. We're a little different because this is a collaborative effort between Virginia Tech, VCU, UVA, and Liberty University and others, and the industry. So it's unique other than other states that are doing it with one university. We have a collaborative effort.
Got it. Okay, so we have, you all see it in the pamphlet here in your notebook, but it's basically a request that we endorse, an $8 million budget request to help our workforce by starting the process of a nuclear research reactor. Okay,
Yeah, and it will help with workforce too, and there's another funding request we'll have
Right.
towards workforce.
got it. If we're gonna have a real SMR policy, we need to, and if we're gonna lead the country, we need more investment. Okay, anybody have any thoughts or feedback about this? Yeah.
Just a question, I'm sorry, I was called away for a moment. The total request is 8 million?
Yeah,
The
a
document
start.
says somewhere between 9 and 10.
it's a start. At the end, I thought I saw it at the end.
Key takeaways,
8.16 over 5 years to implement.
You're about 2 pages ahead.
So what we have is 9.7 for 27 and 28, we have 9.2. But we also understand that what is palatable by,
Right, it's a 5-year budget request, 1 million in year 1, 1.9 in year 2, 1.8 year 3, et cetera. So
that is for the workforce. The workforce is, we are looking at, you're correct, it's a lower amount.
Mr. Chair, it's going to be a tough year for new money, but I think that it's certainly a worthwhile endeavor.
right,
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. So
there's
maybe I'm
two-
skipping to the end, but the
Yeah.
request is going to be for 8 million, and then it's going to be for somewhere between 9 and 10.
Right, there are 2 different projects for the,
Understood.
yes.
Okay, thank you.
And I do understand that it is a difficult year. I do want to just,
Yep.
this is just an investment that we need for right now.
right. Okay, Weber, your light's on. You want to say something?
Yeah, so kind of piggybacking on what the senator said in regards to this, it's worth the ask to at least engage in the conversation and further try and further this conversation. Right?
Yep. Okay, any other discussion? Is there a motion we endorse it? Dee, do you want to say something?
I was going to, Mr. Chair, it's all right to ask for this, but we have to be realistic that this is going to be a very tough budget year. And I don't think it's realistic to think that too many new things are going to get funded.
Yep.
It's still a worthwhile endeavor.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Just along those lines, knowing what we know about what's coming, my own view is going to be we should take into account what we know is going to be happening next year now rather than later. I'm going to vote no on specifying this particular amount, but I don't want that to be misinterpreted that this is somehow opposition on my part to continued progress with respect to nuclear in Virginia. But I just think at this moment in time, given what we know is coming down the rails at us, this number is unrealistic, and we shouldn't ask for what we know to be an unrealistic number.
Any other discussion? Okay, so we have a motion to adopt or recommend this? Weber moves, or second? Owen seconds. Okay, all those in favor of endorsing this concept to request $8 million for nuclear stuff, say aye. Aye.
Votes aye.
Okay. Sullivan's opposed. Deeds, your yes? Deeds is a yes. So it showed Sullivan opposed. Everybody else is yes. And, all right, so that's it for sub number 2.
Thank you.
Sub number 3 had a lot of stuff came out of it. Delegate Sullivan's solar and storage deployment bill. Let's go on with that. Carrie?
All right, so in sub 3, yes, just pull up my agenda. So we will take these in order. Okay, so we have, from 2025, we discussed a number of bills, including Delegate Webert's Brownfields grant fund and budget recommendation. We discussed both items, the bill itself and the budget request. And this was House Bill 2635 from...
All right, let's take them one at a time, Carrie. So what does the first bill do on the brownfields?
Yeah, we're going to take, which is on your agenda first, the Brownfields and Coal Mine Renewable Energy Grant Fund and budget recommendation.
So Weber, what does this do? Create a grant fund for building renewable stuff on brownfields?
It expands the dollar amount for the current grant fund, but the biggest issue is that every time it'll go to the appropriations or Senate Finance, whichever it gets out, it gets up and then it hits a buzzsaw because it's not funded. It's established, but it's not funded. The bill actually just doubled the dollar amount if it ever does get funded, so that it's more of an incentive to invest on brownfields, solar on brownfields. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And Mr. Chairman, Delegate Webert, the last year's request was for $20 million. That is up for you all for discussion today.
Okay. And the subcommittee endorsed this?
Yes.
Yes.
We endorse the concept. Again, I have a feeling, as Senator Deeds has expressed earlier, and we expressed in subcommittee, while the concept is good, it will be up to the General Assembly to provide the funding, and if it does, then it does, and if it doesn't, then it'll continue as it is.
Mr. Chair,
Okay, yeah. Sullivan.
I'm trying to, this was only 2 days ago, but as people
a
pointed
long
out,
2 days
there's been
ago.
a lot of moving parts in just the last 48 hours. I don't recall that we talked about $20 million 2 days ago, did we?
Mr. Chairman, I believe as part of our presentation, we did describe what the request was last year.
Yeah.
You know, the recommendation was to advance the policy recommendation to your full commission.
Okay, all right, I stand corrected. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. All right. Any other discussion about this? Weber,
Yep.
what do you want to do with it?
I mean, I would like to move to endorse, and we'll see what happens in this General Assembly cycle.
Okay,
Second.
Weber moves to endorse.
Second.
Sullivan seconds. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Anybody opposed? No. Okay. Next up, Solar Interconnection Grant Fund Program and Budget Recommendation. Carrie, what is this?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this is Delegate Herring's bill from 2025, which we also reviewed and recommend supporting as is. This was HB 2113, is in your packet as how it was enrolled in 2025. This establishes the Solar Interconnection Grant Program to award grants on a competitive basis to public bodies to offset the cost for interconnection of solar facilities to the grid. And there would be a requirement to give priority for those grant allocations to projects that are located on previously developed project sites such as landfills, brownfields, coal mines, et cetera. The budget allocation request from 2025, which the subcommittee also discussed, was $2 million.
Okay, so this is the creation of another grant fund for solar interconnection. Any other discussion about this? Nope. Okay. Oh, it looks like Jesse has something he wants to say. Mr. Lynch.
Carrie, when it said other political subdivisions, how broad was it the idea to go with it? Was it for colleges and universities, or was it for towns, or it's a very broad term in the code?
Yes, this may be a good question for someone, if Mr. Lurch from VACO is in the audience today, or someone from the localities, but it is a broad term that applies to lots of public entities. That is apologies, I don't have the exact example of all the other types of organizations that could qualify for that, but a public entity.
Okay. Oh. Something you want to say?
No, I just said my name was invoked, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
So Joe Lurch with VACO, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Lynch. I had not been following this specific language of this bill, but when you say a subdivision of local government, that's counties, cities, towns, local authorities. I don't know necessarily if that applies to colleges, public or private or otherwise, but that's just off the cuff.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
From what I remember, the discussion of this during committee, not like at last year's committee, was also like public schools and those types of things would be able to utilize this grant program, because one of the most expensive things is actually connecting to the grid. And so the idea was to help facilitate the localities to be able to connect and via this grant program to help with that burden.
Okay. Any other discussion? Okay, we have a motion to endorse this? So moved. Second? It moved and seconded. We endorse this concept and the budget request with it. All those in favor say aye. 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 Anybody opposed? No. Okay, next up, we have balcony solar. Ms. Hearn, describe what this is.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
I have a substitute for this, don't I?
I believe you
This
do.
should be in your packet. The team, the amazing team
Oh, yeah,
of,
okay.
Division of Legislative Services.
Let me describe this one. This is my bill.
they have the updated version per your request.
Okay,
in the
I'll
packet.
explain what's different from the version we heard. So basically what this is it allows people to hang a solar panel outside their apartment condominium and plug it into their house they can net the power in their own little condo or apartment on their own. This concept's been utilized in Europe, all over the place. I think one other state's adopted this, and it requires a code change in order to do it. What's different from the subcommittee was that it occurred to me that there might be HOA rules or landlord rules or other things that might interfere with this. And so what I added to this, if the commission wants to do that, is it says that no locality can prohibit the use of these things on lines 67 through 72. On lines 86 through 102, it says no landlord can prohibit you from using one unless they've got good technical reasons not to.
Mr. Chair, so
Yeah.
I was trying to figure, your language is the blue language on
Yeah.
page 3, but it's also the first paragraph of red language on page 4.
The red language is the new, oh yeah, you're right. I don't know why
mean,
it's blue and red, but
So
yeah.
I'm just trying to figure the difference between this one and the bill we saw the other day.
Yeah, the difference is I think Marby, I think you helped me write this, right? But, yeah, the landlord tenant stuff and the locality stuff is the new stuff.
Okay, well, Mr. Chair, then the blue language from lines 103 to 124 was in the bill we saw the other day?
Yes, that's the original language.
Okay. I'm just trying to figure out what the difference is between red language and blue language.
Yep.
Or did the printer just run out of different kind of
Yeah.
ink?
Yeah, the difference is I put in language that says localities can't
Okay.
prohibit these and landlords can't prohibit these unless they have good technical reasons. And HOAs, by the way, are already covered. There's already language in the HOA and the Condo Act.
Mr. Chairman and Senator Deeds, I'm being told that there's no difference in the color, so just be
Okay.
colorblind for the moment.
Yeah, and the reason HOAs aren't mentioned is there's already language in the HOA and the Condo Act that says that HOAs and condos can't regulate solar unless it's in their declaration. That's already the law.
Mr. Chair, just if you've entered into an agreement and signed an agreement with an HOA, and all of a sudden we're changing that by statute, are we interfering with contract and
No,
prohibition?
HOA stuff is already the law. We already passed a law saying HOAs cannot restrict solar unless it's in their declaration. That's already the law. We passed it probably 7, 8, 10 years ago.
But if it is in the declarations contract,
Correct.
we can't interfere with that.
Yeah, and this bill doesn't touch that because it's already the law.
Okay.
Yeah, this has to do with landlord-tenant agreements, and it says localities couldn't adopt like some zoning ordinance that says you can't have a balcony solar on your apartment buildings unless they got good technical reasons. I know, localities don't like us restricting their authority. That's what you're going to say?
So, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, I just saw the substitute today. I think this section of code, 15.2.22.88.7, we negotiated with the industry back in 2018. And as a part of that, what we negotiated is it's a by right if it's rooftop. If it's ground mounted, unless otherwise provided in the code, in a local ordinance. And so I think the new language starting on 67, it just says on the residential property. So it's kind of a little bit inconsistent with the ground mounted. So just a slight technical suggestion would be on the structure itself. That might make it more consistent with the parts in starting on line 10 and line 23 on A and B, if that makes sense. I think at the time, and it was considered to be rooftop solar. This is just something otherwise attached to the building. So,
It is.
And we think that would be consistent on being by right, but it's still preserve the ability of locality.
So, Mr. Chair, Mr. Lorch,
Yeah.
you would change that on residential property to on a residential structure.
Correct, yeah. I think that would make it consistent with A and B.
Okay, Senator Deeds moves that amendment. Sullivan seconds. All those in favor say aye. 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 Anybody opposed? Nope. Okay. So you have the amended one. Anybody have any further feedback, thoughts about that? Nope. Okay. All those in favor, is there a motion to endorse this?
So moved.
Second. It's been moved and seconded, we endorse this concept. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Open chain's a no. Okay. Let's go on to the next one. We have energy storage, Delegate Sullivan's bill, I think, right? Rip, you want to explain this one? Or do you want Carrie to do it?
Ms. Hurton, you want to give the big picture? I'm happy to comment on it after that.
Sure. Mr. Chairman, Delegate Sullivan, this energy storage bill is representative of what was introduced and passed and then vetoed last session as, let's see, just looking for I don't have the bill number right in front of me, but we discussed this in subcommittee, and there are a few changes that we have discussed based on the discussion in the subcommittee and since then. So the additional language, the energy storage bill effectively overall increases the megawatt thresholds and targets for energy storage to keep us advancing energy storage in the Commonwealth. The additional language since Subcommittee 3 meeting on December 2nd looks at, give me just 1 minute, the National Fire Protection Association 855 protection standards for energy storage and fire safety. And there is new language on lines 330 through 334 with respect to if the if the safety standards included in the utilities proposal exceed NFPA 855, and implementation of such proposed safety standards is expected to increase total project costs by more than 10% compared to implementation of NFPA 855, the Commission may reject the utilities petition or require that the proposed safety standards be revised to more closely align with NFPA 855 to reduce total project costs and ensure project safety. So we're trying to get at the balance of ensuring project safety while also protecting ratepayer impacts. And this may be something that others in the room wish to speak to as well. That is the substantive change since you spoke about it last.
Okay. Any questions, Alex Sullivan?
Mr. Chair, thank you. Both with respect to this bill and frankly all the bills we're looking at today, I want to take a moment to thank the staff of the Commission who've been working very hard over the last several weeks and certainly the last 48 hours to make sure we get this bill and all these bills across the finish line. It's been terrific work, and we're grateful. This is essentially the same bill I introduced along with Senator Bagby last year, passed in the Senate, I think unanimously, passed in the upper chamber on a bipartisan basis, but not unanimously. The bill made its way to the governor's desk, and the governor saw fit, unfortunately, to veto it. So here we are back again. The bill is, in effect, the same bill. Ms. Hearns pointed to a couple of changes we've made, and I do hope the commission will endorse it today and send it on its way. I do want to. I'll just tell the full commission what I talked about on Tuesday. A lot has changed in just the last year with respect to energy storage nationwide, and certainly in terms of the challenges we face in Virginia. We also have a new governor. The industry is ready to come to Virginia in a big way. I was frankly somewhat startled to learn, Mr. Chairman, that the target we set for short duration storage in this bill, and it's a target to accomplish over the next 20 years. Texas exceeded that target just in the last 2 years. So states are realizing the importance of upping their game on energy storage. I'm told we are not even in the top 5 nationwide in terms of what we're doing in energy storage. And I think there's a broad consensus, whether you like the Clean Economy Act or don't like the Clean Economy Act, whether you're a nuclear person or a fusion person or solar person, there's a consensus that we need to do more in storage in order to preserve the reliability and affordability of the grid. So I expect there will be further conversations as this works its way through the General Assembly next session, particularly with respect to that short duration storage target. And it will, to my way of thinking, will include participation by the State Corporation Commission. But I'm happy with the bill. Subcommittee 3 was happy with the bill. And I hope it'll be the pleasure of this commission to endorse the bill and pass it on to the General Assembly.
And I remember when I debated Senator Newman on the floor in 2020 about creating our energy storage target, we were one of the first states in the country to act. And
we were
disappointed to hear we're a little behind. But
we were, but we're falling behind. That's exactly right, Mr. Chair.
Weber.
A question, Mr. Chair, in regards to the new language that was, I guess, 330 through 334. The safety standards, the utility proposals exceed, or if they increase costs, then the commission can reject the utilities petition. I guess my question is, what happens if, like, So if a utility is going before a locality for a special exemption, and in granting that special exemption, the locality says, okay, we have concerns over the health and safety of our constituents. We'd like those battery stacks to be a little bit further apart. What happens then?
Sullivan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Delegate Weber. This language, so in the interim from last year, we've done a lot of work with respect to fire and legitimate concerns about fire safety. No one wants to do anything unsafe, and we have had long conversations with the fire safety community, meaning Virginia Fire, the fire departments, the chiefs all around the state. And there's, again, a broad consensus that National Fire Protection Association 855 standard is the standard. It is now used in most localities, but not yet all localities. And one of the things we want to do is try to help localities that haven't had a chance to look at this get to the point where they're using 855, which is all about safety. What this provision is meant to balance, well, balance is the wrong word. What's meant to do is, while always keeping safety top of mind, there may be disputes between the utility and the developer as to how best to ensure safety and comply with 855. And just so people understand what we're talking about, this is typically has mostly to do with how close together things can be. And so what this language tries to do is say we're going to start with 855. If either the locality or the utility want to make those distances larger, then an analysis of what kind of cost considerations go into there while always maintaining safety. And if they don't come to any agreement, then the SCC can weigh in as it's considering the proposal as to how that safety issue, how that location issue ought to be resolved, always keeping safety top of mind. So it's meant to give that's sort of a safety valve, pardon the pun, if a developer and the utility are unable to agree on what they're not setbacks, on what the distances ought to be. 855 sets what those safe distances are, but obviously parties can agree to different things, and this is meant to provide that flexibility.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, brother.
All right, so question for Delegate Sullivan. Okay, so if I'm a utility and I'm putting in a battery bank and I'm going before the locality for a special exemption to be able to put that in, and then the locality says, okay, we will grant you your special exemption, provided that instead of, just for numbers' sake, 15 feet, we want you to do it at 20 feet. If it looks like those estimated costs are going to be 10% higher, then the SEC can intervene or provide
Mr. Chairman?
expertise?
Yeah, go ahead, Carrie.
Say, no, you got to go with 10.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Delegate Sullivan and Delegate Weber, I believe we could ask the SEC staff that are here today to speak to this matter, but it is my understanding that, for the project to get its application, they first need to comply with local land use requirements with their special use permit or special exception permit. And then when that project is presented to the state corporation, they take all of that into consideration. And this does not, require them to reject it. It asks them to take it into consideration. And so I think it is a valid point. It's a valid question if there's misalignment between, this goal and what the local ordinances are requiring. But that would be part of what the State Corporation Commission would be reviewing in that project proposal. And so there are work groups as part of this bill that are talking about local ordinances and other components of the process. And so I think some of this could potentially get worked out in some of the work groups, but you may wish to hear from the State Corporation Commission with respect to their process as to how those decisions are being discussed. This would come up during the utilities renewable portfolio standard filing.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I only asked these questions simply because after Tuesday, I mentioned that one of my localities has approved a battery storage facility, and that vote was actually kind of tight, and I called the supervisors that voted no and asked them why, and their biggest concern was the fire hazard. And so that's why I asked those questions.
Mr. Chairman, and thank you for that, Delegate Weber. And I remember that conversation. A couple of comments. One, as Ms. Hearn has suggested, the bill also includes a lot of work in a workforce or task force, whatever we call it, to focus on exactly these issues, and frankly to help localities make sure, not to necessarily impose anything on localities, but to help localities figure out what they ought to be concerned about, what they don't need to be concerned about, and that will involve Virginia Fire. The other thing I would note, Mr. Chair, like some of the other bills we've talked about here, this language has been in existence for all of about 6 hours in its final form, I think. It is our good faith effort to thread this needle. Pardon?
A few more hours than that.
Okay, 18 hours, how's that? This is our good faith effort to thread the needle. I have no doubt it will be the subject of more conversation to make sure we've got it right, and I intend to make sure we get it right. But we think this is the current state of the conversation, and we're happy to continue to have those conversations.
Any discussions? Browder, it looked like you wanted to say something. Go ahead.
Briefly, Mr. Chairman. Question either for Kerry or Delegate Sullivan, but I'll make sure my understanding, holding aside the fire safety issue just discussed, the bill would increase the megawatts for the targets of which the two utilities would petition the commission for approval. But am I correct that it's not changing the existing criteria by which the commission considers whether or not to approve particular individual projects? Is that right?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Browder, so that is correct, setting aside the NFPA 855 piece. So that's the piece where it asks them to consider if there are project costs that, go in excess in order to, go above and beyond the safety standards. So that's where it asks the commission to review the cost implications and the safety implications together. But other than that, it does not change that review process based on those petitions.
Thank you.
Any other questions? We ready to move on this one?
Mr. Chair, I would move that the commission endorse and send to the General Assembly this energy storage bill.
Second.
Okay.
That was Mr. Josephus Almond.
Yeah, I saw his hand waving around. I'm not sure if he's looking to talk. And it doesn't look like anybody wants to talk. Okay. Any other discussion? Yeah. What, you want to say something?
Mr. Chair, sorry, I had my hand up earlier. I was just going to agree with what Delegate Sullivan said earlier about the sort of importance of storage, especially in the near term, as sort of a critical reliability tool and also to help us meet demand. So agree with the idea that an increased target would better help us meet our clean energy goals.
Thank you, Mr. Almond. I agree with you. Anybody else, anything they want to say? Been moved and seconded. We endorse this. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? Open chain, Lynch, or opposed? Weber? Weber's good. Okay. Okay, that one's good for now. Okay, what's up next?
Okay, Mr. Chairman, we have shared solar bills up next.
Why don't we put off shared solar for a couple minutes?
Okay.
And the next two, I think, are a little, or at least the next one I know is not controversial. Number 6, University Consortium Technical Assistance Center budget recommendation. This is I think, most agreeable piece of the bill, Center Deeds bill last year.
Maybe the only agreeable piece.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, Carrie, why don't you explain what we're doing here?
Okay, are we moving in, Mr. Chairman, to Subcommittee 4?
No, Clean Energy Research Hub.
Okay, I'm sorry, my packet is a little mixed up. So the bill for the University Consortium, if your packet is like mine, it's in sub 4, and you can bring that back into sub 3. So apologies about that. So the University Consortium and Research Center is a concept that was addressed last year in a broader bill, but this year we are recommending it as a standalone component. This would establish an interdisciplinary study, research, and information resource for individuals and businesses. The center would be established in 2026 and provide both technical assistance to public bodies and other entities, but also serve as a coordinating resource amongst universities for their own research, and sort of being able to identify where there may be gaps in research and help to inform whether it is public policy or program implementation, seeking of federal funding, et cetera. This is a program that would also support the development and implementation of the Virginia Energy Plan as requested. As you know, that is a plan that is published the first year of every incoming administration, and so we expect this to be hopefully a positive resource in 2026 and beyond. There would be, I don't believe we have this in your packet, but last year's budget request was also a supplemental component of the bill, and it was filed around $4 million to establish the center. I don't believe that is, the minimum necessary, but that is, I think, a healthy amount to get it up and running and started for a number of years. So that would be our staff recommendation.
Okay, so this is a follow-on to the presentation we heard about 3 weeks ago from all those university guys that wanted to get our schools together to provide assistance to localities. And this basically would codify that suggestion and create this technical assistance center, the Virginia Clean Energy Research and Support Center. And I see the Director of Energy has popped up. We heard this bill fully in sub. What you
Thank you.
Come on, Glenn.
Appreciate it, Mr. Chairman. Most of the comments around my agency, I'll wait till a different bill, but I did want to mention on this, as my agency was going through this bill, we realized it really does duplicate a lot of what the Virginia Department of Energy already does. The center's mandate to support siting, permitting, interconnection, reliability directly overlaps that with the Department of Energy. And we already provide the current technical assistance, the current modeling, the duties that it would assign around the energy plan, create unclear lines of accountability and conflicting authority. We actually already do, when we do our energy plan, do reach out to universities for some support from them. And then we already, like I mentioned, already partner with these universities. I would invite all of you to have a chance to come see our new office space in the Washington building. Just got completed. We moved in yesterday, and meet all of our experts, PhDs, et cetera, at your convenience. But I think what you'll find in a budget cycle is going to be very, very tight. You can probably save this money and just ask our department to assist with different things you may need. But you'll find that we really already do all the stuff that's mentioned herein with this new hub. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Director Davis. Gary, anybody have any other questions about this?
I do.
Who, Weber or Elvishane? Go ahead.
Yeah, so last year we, I guess, considered something similar, and line 35 and 36 authorized this body to accept private funds. Is there going to be transparency as to where the private funds come from?
I think there would have to be if it's a public entity, right?
I don't know. Last year it was there was an adamant assertion that it was going to be, I guess, protected from public disclosure. I just want to make sure that this is going to be, open to public scrutiny.
I don't see any language in the law that would make it exempt from FOIA.
Okay.
In this.
Mr. Chairman and Senator Obenshain, I do recall those discussions in committee and having very specific language for annual reporting, including specific summary, or not summaries, but specific reporting of where funding was coming from. it was my intent that that would carry forward into this version of the bill. So if it is, I can't recall which line it would be in. Let's see. I believe we have addressed it in the bill, and if not, we'd be happy to make sure that that is in the bill
Okay.
and work with DLS to make sure that, your vote today reflects that intent.
Sure, thanks.
Any other discussion about this one? No. Senator Deeds, you want to move, do we endorse your idea?
Recommend report. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. We endorse this one. It's not reporting yet. That's for January. All those in favor of endorsing this, say aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Nope. Okay, so that one unanimous. Next,
Is there someone with their hand up, Anna?
say what? Yeah, I know. She's on. I'm in touch with her. Okay.
Thank you.
Next up, solar sighting.
Okay.
This was the Van Valkenburg,
Again, this may be in your packets under sub 4, but this is a sub 3 topic again. So solar sighting standards. The policy proposal is an amendment from what was introduced last year, and there are new recommendations for 2026 that I can review. They include setback distances to ensure that projects are at least 100 to 250 feet from the edge of tidal or non-tidal wetlands. As a reminder, this policy is establishing criteria to be included in local ordinances with various criteria such as specifications for setbacks, fencing, solar panel height, visual impacts, grading, decommissioning plans, et cetera. However, this does not set the requirement for any locality to approve any specific project. So specific projects may be negotiated and have special exceptions negotiated with the locality. This simply sets the standards in state code with respect to the ranges for the local ordinances, and then the specific project permits and applications may be negotiated separately to separate standards should that take place. Okay, so that's sort of the fundamental essence of the bill. For the new recommendations in 2026, I mentioned the setbacks from wetlands. It also talks about compliance, making sure that land disturbance is conducted in compliance with stormwater pollution prevention plans, that localities should provide a record of special exception decisions to the SCC, including the reason for any adverse decisions, any findings of nonconformity with the local comprehensive plan, and the date of the last revision of the comprehensive plan, and that the SCC would compile and maintain on the Commission's public website a searchable database of all solar special exception decisions and the reasons for any adverse decisions made over a period of not less than 5 years. So those are the substantive changes, and we may have some experts in the audience today as well if you wish to hear from anybody.
Okay, Sullivan.
I do just want to point out, I believe this is a bill that passed, maybe you went over this, Ms. Hearn, passed both chambers last year.
No, sir, this was a bill that I believe failed when the House version came to
Passed the House and did not make
but
it through the Senate.
It did pass the House.
Gotcha, thank you.
I think because the concepts were kind of rolled into the Senator Deeds bill,
Yep.
which ended up failing on the floor, I think is
Yep.
what happened, which is why it didn't get considered separately.
Yep.
Mr. Chairman, this one was separate from that bill, and this was also Delegate Munn-King's bill and Senator Van Valkenburg's bill. So if the patron, you do have the patron online if you wish to hear from her.
Yeah, I got it, but my recollection is that the policy we adopted in the Senate was the broader, at least the Commerce and Labor Committee, was Senator Deeds' broader bill, which sort of covered this whole area, which is why we didn't take action on the House bill, and then the whole kind of thing imploded under its own weight. Any other questions about this?
No question, but a comment. Mr.
Go ahead,
Chair.
Delegate King.
Thank you. One, I want to thank the subcommittee for bringing this bill back. It did pass the House and spurred quite a productive debate in the Senate. The goal of this bill is to set some reasonable, consistent timelines and standards around what is one of our quickest ways to generate energy. So I thank the committee for your consideration.
Okay. Any other comments, thoughts, feedback? Nope. Hey, Delegate Mountain King, I assume you have a motion that we endorse your bill?
I move that we endorse this bill.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we endorse Delegate King's and Senator Van Valkenburg's bill. We have another discussion about it? Doesn't look like it. Say what? Oh, Lurch, you want to say something? Don't tell us what to do.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Joe Lurch, VACO again. I'll speak briefly to our opposition to the bill last year on setting standards. That's kind of a one-size-fits-all. That was the reason for our opposition. We still note that not every project's the same in size or scope. Not every locality is the same in terms of geography and other constraints. So we still want to preserve that ability to write our own local ordinances, and we think that infringes on this. I am concerned about the new language I saw today. I hadn't seen that yet regarding localities reporting to the SCC. That's something we've never had to do before. I don't understand the reason for that and why the SCC, they don't have any local authority over localities' decision-making, so I'm not sure why that's placed in the bill. I will note that UVA, Weldon Cooper Center has a really good database on local decisions that's available for anyone, so I don't really see the necessity for that. So I just wanted to point those out.
And Mr. Chair, may I speak?
Yeah, go ahead, Doug King.
Thank you, and I really do appreciate those comments, but I want to underscore that doing the same thing the same way will equal the same results. And for many Virginians, that could include being in the dark if we don't do our jobs to ensure that we're generating the energy that we need. And so I appreciate Weldon Cooper and UVA, but we have empowered the SCC to do specific work, and I don't think it's much of a lift, although we're asking them a lot these days to help us in this way, because we need to rise to meet this demand. We can't continue to do things the same way. And so that's why I'd appreciate the consideration of the committee for this bill.
Thanks, Delegate King. Mr. Lurch, I would just say, I think the point is to try to have the SCC put together a searchable database so that we can see all the solar projects that were proposed and rejected and the reasons why. So we have all that data aggregated in one place. We're not trying to figure it out on Google or something, or use AI or whatever. I think that's why it's being reported. So, Carrie, you were gonna say anything? No. Anyway, that's what I think the point of that is.
I understand. I just point out that the UVA solar database is already doing that.
Got it. Any other thoughts, feedback, questions? We have a motion. It's been seconded. Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Anybody opposed?
Aye.
3 noes. Obenshain, Weber, Lynch opposed.
Lucas votes aye.
We heard that. Got it. Thank you, Senator. Okay. Again, I want to push off shared solar till the very end and try and get to these other things that are less controversial first. So why don't we go to sub 4?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Chairman, there's one.
Go ahead. I'll defer to Ms. Hearn. Go ahead.
Apologies. I just wanted to acknowledge that we did talk about another bill at the subcommittee level.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot about that.
With respect to DG expansion of a variety of small-scale projects. So it is the chair's prerogative, I believe, if you wish to hear this, even though it did not advance out of the subcommittee.
Remind me what happened in sub. I don't think I was there. Yeah, Sullivan.
Mr. Chair, this was last year's HB 1883 and Senate Bill 1040, Senator Van Valkenburg and Delegate Carlson. And this one, well, I can't remember whether this passed. I think this made its way to the governor's desk. Yes, this passed both
Yes, sir.
chambers. I forget the vote, and the governor vetoed it. We discussed this in Committee 3 on Tuesday, Mr. Chair, and at the end of that conversation, there was, in retrospect, I think some confusion, but in any event, some discussion about some further changes that might be forthcoming, and there was a sense that the bill wasn't ready, and so therefore we did not bring it forward today. There was not a negative vote on it in the sense that it's a bad bill, but it was just a decision that the committee made relating to whether to be here today. I think circumstances have changed over the last 48 hours. I'll ask Ms. Hearn to describe that, but despite what happened on Tuesday, I think it would be properly, in exercising your authority, Mr. Chair, I think it would be proper to have the full commission look at this bill now as a finished product and endorse it to the General Assembly.
Tell you what, can we try to knock out some of these others first and come back to that at the end?
It's your meeting, Mr. Chair. That's fine.
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure we got it on the radar.
Okay. All right. I just want to get through some of this other stuff first. Let's get to sub 4. We'll come back to that. Okay. Carrie, CUR jurisdiction merger.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So this is a bill that was also discussed last year, although we did not move it forward into the General Assembly. So we are back again with the merger with the Virginia Coal and Energy Commission. This bill, proposed policy, would broaden the scope of our commission to include not only monitoring the implementation of our Electric Utility Regulatory Act at the State Corporation Commission, but also monitoring, in addition to the electric utilities, natural gas utilities. And we would, as such, given the expansion to include natural gas utilities, rename the Commission on Electric Utility Regulation to a new name. And in the bill, we propose to you the Energy Commission of Virginia to be known as the Energy Commission. And this bill is before you for discussion.
There was some consternation from the gas community, which I think, have mostly navigated. I think one of the LDCs still has some concerns. But basically, we I think, deferred this bill last year because the governor wanted to add like 7 new members to this commission or something like that. But I don't think that's going to be an issue with the new governor. Senator Deeds, your lights on?
This is just the anti-sewer bill. This gets us out of the sewer, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. That's the whole purpose.
Best part of
Gets us out of the
Move
sewer.
to report.
Okay, hold on. Director Davis wants to come and tell us why we're going to do everything he already does. Come on up.
You summed it up pretty good, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I did want to bring this one forward because it really kind of gets to the crux of what the Department of Energy does. I mentioned at your last meeting, I had the pleasure to walk into this job with an amazing team, a very passionate team, knowledgeable team. And as we were looking through this, it was pretty clear that the capable, knowledgeable, nationally recognized state energy office that we have already leads the Commonwealth when it comes to energy planning, technical analysis, federal program execution, and this would duplicate our existing mandates to develop, update, and report on the Virginia Energy Plan. It adds new presentation and consultation requirements that increase bureaucratic overhead. The responsibilities for examining production, transmission, distribution, and use of power really are, and they do sit clearly within the technical requirements of the State Energy Office. And it starts to add some ambiguity, but Mr. Chairman, what I really want to mention is the team that we have. We have an amazing team with PhDs, a whole bunch of masters. If you want to know anything about solar, you call Aaron in my office. He'll tell you whatever you want to know, including what every locality is doing. You want to know about the state about energy security? You call Brandy. If she met with the FBI, she can tell you everything you need to know about the threats to security in the Commonwealth of Virginia. You want to know about any energy grant coming out of the federal government? You call Zoe. Zoe, every night, or every grant from grants.gov comes down to our agency through a custom-created software program. And she goes through every single one of them, figures out what we can apply for, and then finds stakeholders in Virginia that can apply for the rest of them. You want to know about modeling? You call Ashish or Ryan. I would put them up against anyone you'll find at PJM or Dominion for that matter. If you want to know about PJM, talk to Ryan. He knows more about them than they probably do about themselves. And that's the team. I don't mean to exaggerate, and honestly, I'm really not. We just really have a passionate team that you're not going to be able to recreate. So I'll just ask that you reconsider putting that level on top of us. We'd love to work in consultation with, but not necessarily duplication. Thank
Thanks.
you, Mr. Chairman.
Doug, Mr. Davis, I know you're proud of your team, and we stole one of your team members to be our executive director here. I think Delegate King wants to say something, I think, right? Are you there, Candy?
Yes, thank you. Thank you. I want to thank Director Davis for his transparency and consistent advocacy for his team. I was not a fan of this proposal, but I'll tell you why I've come around. Unfortunately, in our system, there is a time cap on the leadership on the Department of Energy, and the people of Virginia, when they elect us and re-elect us, they deserve some consistency, and I think that this proposal will help drive that consistency around energy policy. And I certainly don't think it's duplicating all of the amazing people at the Department of Energy, but just giving the legislature, which has been historically more consistent than the four-year administration of any governor, the ability to plan and plan its policy around energy. And so for that reason, I will be supporting this. I've come over to the support side on this, but we certainly don't want to duplicate the efforts of the professionals who are doing the implementation work while we focus on the policy.
Go legislature. Okay. Anybody else have any comments about this? No. Heidi, you want to, Ms. Cook? Columbia Gas still doesn't like it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, Heidi Cook here on behalf of Columbia Gas of Virginia today. As expressed to you earlier, we do still have some concerns, and as this effort moves forward, we would like it to be considered the makeup of the future commission and having equal representation for all energy providers involved in the commission as potential participants, such as the Housing Commission is structured, the Broadband Advisory Council is structured. We think it would be beneficial for this commission to have equal energy representation. Thank you.
Thanks,
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
So who's
Robert?
missing? Just the gas?
I think their idea is that there ought to be like a citizen appointee by somebody that represents the gas industry or perhaps gas ratepayers or something, and like what Mr. Lynch does or Ms. Rasnick or Mr.
Okay.
Ullman, like one of those.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I think that's the idea. We can talk about it. Okay. Any other thoughts? Senator Deeds, you want to move to get us out of the sewer?
I kind of like floating around here. I'll make a motion.
Hey, Deeds
I
moves.
second the motion to get us out of the sewer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam President.
Mr. Chairman, we had Munden King on record moving to report the bill initially.
Oh, okay.
Oh, no, that's okay. That's okay. We can let Senator Deeds do that.
Okay. All right. We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Doesn't look like it. Okay. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Anybody opposed?
I look so excited.
Obenchain, Lynch, opposed. Weberton, aye. Okay. All right. Next up. Now we get into PBR. Carrie, you gonna do this
Okay.
one?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, this is basically to follow on to the PBR report that the State Corporation Commission published from that consultant. And it's basically a series of work groups to tell us what we need to do next session. Well, fill us in. Can you be
Yes,
quick?
Mr. Chairman, as you described appropriately, this was a House and Senate joint resolution that initiated a full process that was led by Virginia Department of Energy. The State Corporation Commission also hired the facilitator, which was Great Plains Institute, that also authored the summary of the work group and the report with all the recommendations. So that was provided to you all within the last month or two. I believe it was October 31st it was provided. And in that report, it was a very good report, I believe. It had a lot of specificity in terms of the recommendations, and there was specificity in the recommendations as to who they assessed had the authority to enable those recommendations, whether it was within the State Corporation Commission's authority to take certain actions, which they recommend, and they also recommended certain actions taken by the General Assembly. The actions that they recommended to be taken by the General Assembly is the basis of this policy, and the description of this policy includes another work group to examine the feasibility of consolidating rate adjustment clauses, or RACs, to look at examining incentives for fuel cost management and recommendations for fuel cost sharing mechanisms, incentives for utility compliance with energy efficiency and the RPS, or the Renewable Portfolio Standard, recommendations for PIMs, or performance incentive mechanisms, and the use of an all-source competitive procurement framework. Additional edits recommended by our staff based on the discussion on Tuesday. On line 31, after group, we add, which shall include as stakeholders Phase 1 and Phase 2 electric utilities, representatives of all customer classes, commission staff, the Office of the Attorney General, environmental organizations, consumer protection groups, and local communities. And then line 31, adding the word commission after any. So I can read that new line. As stated, it would be the commission shall facilitate and document the proceedings of the work group, which shall include those stakeholders, as I just read. The commission shall submit a written report, including any commission findings. So that word commission is the word that we requested on Tuesday, so that the commission itself could make sure that their recommendations are represented in the report, not just those of the work group members. And that was offered by staff at the State Corporation Commission. So we are in alignment.
So I think in sub, we heard that there was some concerns the way this was framed. It was just going to be a report about all the people in the work group and what they wanted, as opposed to what the SCC wanted. And so now the language in here says the SCC is going to give us specific recommendations about this for us to consider for next session. That's the change from sub. So otherwise, this is just a work group study kind of thing. Okay? Any other thoughts, discussion about this?
Mr. Chair, I move we endorse this bill and send it on to the General Assembly.
Got it. Second. Then moved and seconded. We endorse this. Any other? It's a two-pager, 26101-693 at the top. Okay. Any other discussion? Okay. All those in favor of endorsing this, say aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Anybody opposed? Doesn't look like anybody's opposed. Okay. Next up, IRP reform. This is the bill we endorsed last year, went to the governor, got vetoed. We have some changes.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, you'll see, again, a summary that describes the bill.
Yeah, I think it's a three-page memo in here, and the third page has a summary of the changes in the memo. Yeah?
Yes, sir.
Can you be fast?
So you'll have to recall back to November. So we discussed this at November Subcommittee 4 meetings. We did not discuss it on Tuesday of this week. So it did advance out of the subcommittee back in November. There were some discussions with the co-ops to make sure that we had good language in the enactment clause in terms of how the co-ops would be evaluating, the size of the co-ops that would be coordinating any efforts with respect to long-term planning of load growth and how generation, distribution, and transmission projects are being contemplated over a 20-year period of time. So we have new language in the enactment clause. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions?
Just very quickly. Mr. Chairman, I won't opine on the actual bill. I would just have one request. As this body requests certain changes, including the modeling of facility compliance. If they could please put a question in there of whether the utility can actually realistically perform under the model. You'll notice the Dominion put in a IRP. They had the model that they could meet. They were forced to put one in that was facility compliant. They basically took what they had, sprinkled it with fairy dust, put some unicorns in it, and put it out there. I think you'll find that the model they put out there, not only will the supply chain for the SMRs that they predict come to available, but you also find out that probably their balance sheet couldn't handle the number of SMRs they need to be facility compliant. So I respect the idea of having the models put out there. If you could just request them to opine whether or not the models are realistic in the time that you ask them to be set for.
Nope. Okay. No other discussion. Okay, is there a motion that we endorse this one?
So moved. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. We endorse this bill with changes that we already endorsed last year. Cleaned up and fixed up. Okay. Obenshain.
Let me just say that my main problem with this is it shifts the analysis away from affordability and replaces it with a social cost of carbon kind of analysis that really is going to put more of a burden on ratepayers across the Commonwealth of Virginia. I think that we're experiencing nationwide an affordability crisis. We see states in the Northeast that are changing their policies, and we're going in the opposite direction with this bill and essentially mandating an analysis that subverts affordability for the consumers to social cost of carbon type analysis. So I just want you to know I'm not just adopting a knee-jerk reaction in opposition to this. I think that it's really important that we stand up for ratepayers and consumers.
Are you saying that you're standing with New England on something?
I'm sorry?
Said you're standing with New England? You said New England's going away from this?
I think New England is receding from some of the policies that we adopted in Virginia.
Oh, I got it.
They were on the leading edge of that wave. We jumped on board. They have seen some of the problems that it has created, and we're just doubling down on those policies is my concern.
Got it.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, go ahead, Carrie.
And Senator Obenshain, I just want to clarify that the bill still ensures that the utilities are able to model least cost scenarios within their portfolio. So we set forth multiple scenarios that we ask them to model. They're already modeling multiple scenarios when they do their integrated resource plans. We do make a request that there is overall, that there's an evaluation of the social cost of carbon when looking at different portfolios of generation resources. But we do allow for the utility, and we encourage them to model a least cost scenario that involves, it could even involve petitioning the State Corporation Commission for relief from the requirements of the Virginia Clean Economy Act.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I appreciate the intent. But I just can't get over the changes that we're making on lines 138 to 141, in which we are shifting the focus from providing reliable service at reasonable prices over the long term. That's the current law. That's what we ask to be considered, and we're changing that to say consider providing reliable service at reasonable prices that take into consideration the social cost of carbon. I mean, we are clearly changing the standard and are essentially walking away from the requirement that we seek to provide simply reasonable prices over the long term to ratepayers.
And Sarah, I also think it's important to point, this is the IRP, though. It's not the actual policy that this SCC implements as part of its, when they actually consider specific projects. We're not changing the public interest standard or the existing law. Each project is considered. What this does is just says when the IRP is approved, it has to include consideration of these things as part of the IRP. So, so we have the information out there.
Thanks.
Okay. Any other discussion? Doesn't look like. Okay. Y'all ready to vote this? All those in favor say aye. 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 Obenshain opposed. Anybody else? Three oppositions. Oh, 4. And Browder.
Lynch Parks.
Okay, 4 oppositions. Browder, Lynch, Weber, and Obenshain. Got it, Anna? Okay. Last up on, before we go backwards, data centers, number 4. Did we only pass one of those bills? I thought there was more than that.
There were, I'll describe it if, yeah, so there were several policies that the subcommittee for advanced to the full commission for consideration. Originally, our staff developed 4 separate recommendations, 2 of which are meant to go in concert with one another. So I'll describe each of them separately and the actions that we have taken since the Tuesday meeting, which consolidates the load curtailment policies for electric utilities with the load flexibility work group. Okay, so the first policy on utility load interconnection delays. This is around strengthening grid reliability, and this was discussed at the subcommittee relating to clarifying electric utility authority to delay but not deny customer load additions. And this is similar to and inspired by JLARC's recommendation number 2 from the 2024 data center report that came out in December of 2024.
All right, so this is to confirm a JLARC recommendation that utilities have the ability to delay connection to customers, really large customers, if it might cause problems.
And the distinguishing characteristic between what is currently within electric utility authority and common understanding and what we address in this bill is that we clarify that electric utilities, including electric cooperatives and investor-owned utilities, have the authority to delay but not deny service to customers when the addition of customer load cannot be supported by the transmission system or available generation capacity. It's the generation capacity piece that we are clarifying in this bill that can be considered when determining whether or not there should be a delay to interconnect a customer. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any discussion about this JLARC recommendation, basically?
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Weber.
Okay, so the bill basically says if it exceeds 90 megawatts, then we can delay them, or they can be delayed.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. Because to maintain grid reliability or avoid exceeded available
Some people think that
generation.
the utilities already have this authority, but some people think it's ambiguous. JLARC thought we ought to make it clear.
So my question is are there any other circumstances in which the utilities can't connect a 90 megawatt facility? Or just those
Any
are the
other
2 big
circumstances
ones?
where they
Like
can say that we're not doing it?
Yeah, like we already have too many in the pipeline, or, you know what I mean?
I don't know. Maybe Arlen or maybe one of your people can answer that question.
This may be a question for the utility in this case.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Mr. Murray left.
The only reason I ask, Mr. Chair, is if one locality approves and then they're going to connect, another locality approves a bunch, and all of a sudden you have
I think
a
they
chain.
can. I think a utility can say we're not going to hook somebody up if the grid can't handle it. I think what this has to do is if they've already agreed, they can delay.
They can elect to postpone
Delay
it.
And delay it a little
Okay.
bit. I think that's what this says.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You guys agree with that?
Mr. Chair, David Esser from the State Corporation Commission. To my understanding, the utilities can delay, the connection of interconnection of the customers, but they have the obligation to provide the service. Yes, to serve. So the obligation to serve that exists. Now, when to provide that may be based off of available generation.
Okay. Open chain?
So you're saying it's current law?
I'm not sure, or I'll let the legal folks speak to that, but I'm not exactly sure that it's embedded in code. But I know that it's a
J-Lark thought it was ambiguous.
That's part of the ambiguity that probably this is seeking to.
Are you saying it's practice then, current practice?
I know that there have been situations where the utilities have implemented, through discussions with their customers, a scheme that says that, hey, we are going to be able to interconnect you at so-and-so time when generation becomes available. Now, the legal basis for doing that, I cannot speak to that.
Okay, any other questions about it? Okay, do we have a motion to endorse? Browder, you have something to say?
Yeah, sure, I might just add, I seem to recall a relatively recent order from the State Corporation Commission that sort of indicated or referenced there may be some limits to the absolute obligation to serve. To my knowledge, they've not articulated what those limits could be, but that's not an absolute right now, any amount of load. So it's sort of a gray area. But I did believe the language I recall reading, I can't remember what order it was in, maybe one of the cooperative orders, that suggested that there are some limits out there, not absolute. And Mr. Chairman, I may have one other question regarding the bill. To the extent there may be some inherent authority already of the utility to delay. If we're putting in a 90 megawatt threshold, could that be interpreted to mean, well, if it's 85 megawatts, then that existing authority no longer is there? So that's just I don't know the answer to that, but I just wanted to flag that.
Yeah. Huh?
Maybe a question for Marvin.
I can't hear you.
Mr. Chairman and Mr. Browder, that may be a question for Division of Legislative Services, if Marvy's here.
Yeah, Marvy, you want to?
Marvy's here. Sounds like a notwithstanding any authority.
Can I get the most recent iteration of the question?
Browder, you want to ask her?
They're wondering about the 90 megawatts, and if there's a customer with 85, then does that sort of make this whole point moot? Mr. Browder can.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, the question would be, as I understand the language, it makes clear and expressed that the utility would have the authority to delay interconnection of a load in excess of 90 megawatts. But if it's less than 90 megawatts, and assuming the utility already had some inherent authority, I'll use that word, would the inclusion of the 90 megawatt threshold then mean that if it's less than 90 megawatts, 85 megawatts, then the utility no longer has any discretion or ability to delay interconnection?
About delaying.
Kind of a long-winded way of saying it. But,
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, so we're talking about like the duty to furnish reasonable service at adequate rates. So by default, they would be required to treat a large interconnecting customer, 85 megawatts, 90 megawatts capacity, the same as any other customer and connect to the grid, I imagine, just as quickly based on what's in code. I also understand that there are sometimes different amounts of energy demand bias by the same customer. There may be a capacity draw of 85 megawatts at one time and 90 megawatts at another time. And the reasonably expected phrase on line 51, I imagine that would go with, be based on the contracts for electrical service. based on what that expectation is. So these are all reasons why, yes, it is vague and subject to change, and adding the number 90 megawatts there makes a threshold at which there's authority to delay service, whether there versus no explicit authority to delay service.
We clear? Sullivan?
I'm sorry, Mr. Browder and I are having a little sidebar.
That wasn't me having a sidebar.
Ms. Ali, I think one of the concern is that apparently it is unsettled, and I can't help settle it. I don't know the answer to this question as to whether the utilities currently have any implicit authority of some sort. I understand it's not in code anywhere to delay provision of services. So would a notwithstanding clause help in any way, notwithstanding any authority they might otherwise have, comma?
I would point to the beginning of line 50 for that, sir. So like notwithstanding the duty to do it quickly and reasonably, they can delay it based on generation, sorry.
Can I just also say, I'm looking at the JLARC report right now, and what the JLARC report says is that right now utilities appear to be able to delay large load additions for transmission-related concerns. It's less clear if they're allowed to delay adding new load because of generation concerns. And I think that's what the idea behind this is to get at, yeah. Mr. Esser, you want to say something?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, maybe just to do a little clarification, the historical example I mentioned where there have been delays by the utilities, those were due to transmission bottlenecks, inadequate transmission to provide the necessary power. It was not generation. So I just wanted to make that clarification.
Right. So yeah, I can just confirm what I said. Yeah. So this makes it clear they have the authority to delay because of generation concerns, not just transmission. Sullivan, you ready to go?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. All right, did we have a motion on this? Did we have a motion on this? Okay. Anybody want to make a motion to endorse this one? Okay, Deeds moves, Weber seconds that we endorse this concept. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Anybody opposed?
Lucas votes aye.
Thank you, Madam President. Okay, what's next? Is demand response next?
Yes, Mr. Chairman,
Okay, this was a bill, it relates to a bill that was vetoed by, another JLARC recommendation vetoed by Governor Youngkin, asking for a work group to look at enhancing our demand response policies. And I guess staff has gone and sort of built on that concept and grown it out to a work group to do a really robust demand response recommendation based on what we heard at subcommittee, right?
yes, Mr. Chairman, and the subcommittee requested that the load flexibility work group would be linked in the new policy, if you all choose to do so, with the curtailment proceedings policy. So we have presented them here separately, but if you all choose to do so, you can vote to support them as one, with the work group, per your request, being an enactment clause to the utility demand response curtailment proceeding. So that is the change since Tuesday, based on the subcommittee request.
I thought the subcommittee didn't accept the legislation. Am I mixed up?
There is a second piece of legislation that we did not present here today that you all discussed not moving forward to the subcommittee. So I don't have a printout of that, but
I thought we didn't agree to proceed on this other bill that's in here, 22.
we did not include that bill language.
There were
for
two
the one
bills I
that-
thought we didn't accept. I thought this one we didn't either.
Our record shows that the utility demand response curtailment proceeding and the work group around load flexibility advanced. However, the one that did not advance was around the tariffs that you said looked like it may have had some sort of duplicative nature with respect to the SCC's recent order. But the policies are before you today for your discussion, and we can look at our vote count. We have our vote count from each of the policies if you'd like to review that.
The Section 1 bill here, the Section 1 bill about demand response and work group, we definitely endorse that.
Yes, sir.
The second one that talked about doing things in 2027, we specifically did not endorse because we said the work group can tell us whether or not we need to adopt that bill. That's my recollection. You guys weren't there, I don't think. You watched?
I've heard the concerns.
Yeah. That's what we did. We weren't
Okay.
going to adopt a bill that did things in 2027 this year. We can wait to do that until next year after the work group comes back. That's what we talked about. So the Section 1 bill was the one we endorsed. So, and Browder, were you there?
I was there, and
Yeah.
I was looking back in my notes, but that's not, I think there was concern about the timing and kind of putting the cart before the horse.
Yeah. That's what we did. I think Sullivan was in the room, but not on the dais.
And probably had my face in a phone at the time. I don't recall the outcome of this particular problem.
Okay. Well, let's take up the first one first, which is the Section 1 bill. Yeah.
My notes from that was that we're going to roll the concept of the bill that had the 2027, kind of roll the concept into the work group bill. That was,
Right.
I think that's what we discussed,
Right.
but not have it as a separate.
We weren't going to endorse the actual legislation.
Yeah.
That's what we agreed.
Yes, sir.
There's no reason to adopt a statute that doesn't do anything until 2027, until the work group comes back. That was the concept.
So for clarity, Mr. Chairman, would you like the concepts from the utility load curtailment policies to be a component of the work group discussion? So we can take those elements, and I'm looking at Marvy, and take those elements in concept with respect to
Right.
utilities creating electric load curtailment policies and have that be a point of discussion for the load flexibility work group.
Yes.
Yes,
That was
okay.
the idea.
You got that, Marvy? All right,
Okay.
we'll bring her up here to discuss how to do that and capture that in your vote.
Okay. So,
Yes, Mr. Chair, just really quickly, I think I understand what you're saying, but I would, my recommendation is to fulfill the intent would be to move forward only with the work group draft in its current form because it says that recommendations of the work group related to electric load curtailment policies, line 20, shall be implemented in any applicable evaluation of those kinds of policies moving forward. If you would like to see things taken from the work group policy statute part bill, put into this work group, more things that they have to figure out, we would need to know exactly what those are
Okay.
and approve them one by one. Yeah.
we can talk about that in January. So in other words, that this Section 1 bill already pretty much covers this. But if we want to be a little more specific, maybe we make some amendments in January. Okay. Anybody have any questions about this draft that's in front of you? Everybody understand what demand response and curtailment is? The State Corporation Commission is convening a technical conference on this in a couple weeks. It's a hot area and something we need to do because of the data center demand. I think there was also a JLARC recommendation about it. Any questions? No questions? Yeah, Carrie?
Mr. Chairman, I'll just flag that there have been a couple of public comments that have come in that I've included in your packet or distributed via email.
Supportive comments, I think, right? Supportive comments, right?
The Virginia Manufacturers Association had a variety of comments on a variety of bills, and there were comments from Newport News Shipbuilding with respect to making sure that there's sort of an acknowledgement of the differentiation between certain large load customers and other large load
Because
customers.
you can't turn an electric furnace off.
Yes.
Okay.
Turn the internet off.
Yeah, you can move it around a little easier. Okay, any other questions? Anybody have a motion on this?
So, we recommend.
Okay. It's been moved in. Is there a second that we can move it to second, we endorse this? Just the section one bill.
Just in section 1.
Yep, that's it, Senator. Okay, any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Anybody opposed?
Aye.
Okay, show that unanimous. I think that's it for the data center group, right?
I believe we had one bill that we wanted to come back to.
No, but that's for the data center group. that
I'm
was
sorry,
it.
yes, correct.
Okay, so now we still have shared solar and Sullivan's thing out there, right?
And Mr. Chairman, I will say that we're at.
Correct. One's going to be pretty quick, I think.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Chair, last year, the General Assembly passed Senator Van Valkenburg and Delegate Carlson's Bill 1883, HB 1883 and SB 1040. Committee 3, as I suggested earlier, didn't vote against it, but neither did it vote to pass on its committee because of some concern about unfinished language. My understanding is that language is now finished, and since you, I think, have the discretion to have the full commission go ahead and consider this bill with that finished language, I would ask that we do so now.
Do you have that draft somewhere?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, it's been provided
Is it in the
as a
package here?
separate, it was a document that we set
Oh, you
in your
stuck it in?
binder, I believe.
Snuck it in at the end.
Could you give us the number?
Right here. It was this
It's
loose thing that was
in
stuck. It was a loose thing.
0687.
It was a loose thing that was stuck in the
387D, I
sub
think,
three.
is it, right?
Yeah, 687D. I think, right?
687D.
This,
And Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to
387.
describe the changes compared to the 2025 bill.
Well, tell us what the bill did, and then tell us what the changes are.
So as you may recall, in the utilities meeting of their renewable portfolio standard, in code currently, there's a carve-out with respect to certain renewable energy certificates being procured from distributed generation projects under a certain size, and that carve-out currently is at 1%. The bill in its newest and current form and what it did last year would be to expand that threshold. The new 2026 concept is to have the carve-out go from 1% to 5% immediately, and then up to 6% from 2036 through 2045. That in the 2027 compliance year, at least 75% of all the renewable energy credits used or certificates used by Dominion Energy Virginia, the Phase 2 utility, in a compliance period would come from RPS eligible resources located in either APCO or Dominion territory of PJM. And it also increases the carve-out for projects on brownfields or other previously developed project sites up. I believe in code currently it's 200 megawatts. Last year it was in 600 megawatts in the proposed bill, and in this 2026 version, it goes up to 1,000 megawatts. And I believe there may be someone from Senator Van Valkenburg's office here representing the bill patron's perspective.
In case have questions that need to be answered, I guess. Sullivan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the chair's indulgence in bringing this back before the full commission. If I didn't say this, I do want to point out to the commission members that I believe this bill, Ms. Hearn will let me know if I get this wrong, this is one that did pass both chambers, went to the governor's desk, and was vetoed. And it is here in essentially the same form, but with the changes that Ms. Hearn has outlined. And I would move that the commission endorse the bill and send it to the General Assembly.
Does anybody have any other questions about this? It wasn't heard in sub fully, I guess, right?
But actually, it was heard in sub, Mr. Chair, but because of the uncertainty about some final changes. As I indicated earlier, the committee didn't feel prepared to move forward, and so we did not take a vote. But thanks to the exercise of your discretion, we're considering it today.
And Mr. Chairman, Delegate Sullivan, just to be clear, those are just an example of a couple of the changes. That's not a comprehensive reading compared to the 2025 version. If you'd like, I can pull those up more specifically.
Okay, any other questions? Open chain.
Well, and I'm a little slow on the uptake here and wasn't there at the hearing on this. Am I correct in understanding that this raises the deficiency payments? Is that right?
So deficiency payments are set differently in code currently for DG projects. They're set at $75 per megawatt as opposed to $45. So there is already a difference in current code. I don't believe that changes in the new version.
But the increased limits will potentially result in increased deficiency payments.
You'll have to forgive me. I think I may ask for someone else to speak to that in terms of the consequence of that action. So maybe that's a question for someone at the utility or the State Corporation Commission. But the deficiency payments as treated would go into a fund for workforce development, as I recall, as part of the collection of those funds if they're triggered.
Yeah, and Mr. Chair,
And I believe Mr. Chairman, Josephus Almond is still online, and he's been working on this bill.
Is his hand up?
Is his hand up? Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, open chain first.
Yeah, and I think I understand, I appreciate it. This just kind of goes into my greater concerns about increasing cost to ratepayers. And I appreciate the desire to advance the social initiative, but I'm concerned about the ratepayers. Thanks.
Yeah, and I think, Senator, part of the reason for this was there's been some claims, I guess, or arguments that we're trying to concentrate the solar development in certain parts of the state, and this is one way to put it, create more solar in the more densely urban developed parts of the state. I think so. There was kind of a response to that as well, I think. Just, Mr. Almond, something you want to say?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the question from Senator Obenchain, as Carrie noted, the deficiency payment for a distributed generation project is higher, and so to the extent that there were any deficiency payments because of this increase, then it would be sort of over what the $45 per megawatt hour figure would have been. But in conversations with the industry and rec brokers, given the size of Dominion's DG rec bank currently and the number of recs that are produced from projects already in Virginia and reasonably projected to come online, we don't see a risk of deficiency payments with this modest level of increase. And I'll just sort of echo what Senator Saravel said about sort of shifting more development to rooftops to previously developed sites as we comply with the RPS.
Conversation about this one? Now we got it cleaned up.
Mr.
Sullivan.
Chairman.
Yeah, Mr. Lynch.
Mr. Chairman, I was curious, is it possible to speak to the second enactment clause and what's being recovered under the cost recovery? I was trying to pull it up, but I couldn't find it.
Second enactment clause. Number 3. Oh, that's the first enactment clause. But it, yeah.
Second enactment clause.
No, it's not.
First is on page 4.
First on page what?
The first one begins on line 4. The bill itself is the first one.
Yeah. Okay. Whatever.
Okay, Mr. Lynch's question is about lines 537 through 541, and I'm happy to read it or invite Mr. Ullman to speak to it, or.
Okay. So, Mr. Lynch, what are you looking for?
Mr. Chairman, I was just curious what's being recovered through the RAC from that section, from that enactment clause, and I guess the effects it would have on rates or what the proceeding would be for us.
Okay, Almond's hands up. Almond, you want to explain?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think because of an action that the commission took earlier today, extending the strategic undergrounding program, that enactment clause would no longer be needed in this bill. And so that was sort of what we discussed with Dominion last year, was extending that strategic undergrounding program in this bill out to 2032. But the bill earlier for energy efficiency assistance extended it out to 2030.
Oh, yeah.
So this is redundant.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
Chairman, can you repeat that, please?
I think what he's,
So does that mean my,
I think he's just saying we already endorsed this on the bill that you're going to carry that we amended earlier, Senator Lucas.
okay, I see, I follow. So it's already on the bill, okay, I got you.
Yeah.
I'm taking medication, but I'm paying attention.
Great. Any other discussion, questions?
I'd move to remove the languages on 537.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. We strike 537 to 541. Can we put it in a different bill already? Sullivan seconds. All those in favor say aye. 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 Anybody opposed? No. Okay, so that's out. Got it? So, any other motions?
I think I already had a motion.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, so moved and seconded. We endorse this. Anybody other questions? Nothing? Nothing? All those in favor say aye. Okay, opposed? Lynch, Obenchain, Weber opposed too?
Lucas votes aye.
Okay, 3 noes down there. Okay.
Mr. Chair, are we still on Committee 3?
We got shared solar, we got to.
Yes, we have shared solar.
That's the last thing we need to do. We have 2 shared solar bills.
Mr. Chair, there may be people who want to be heard briefly on this, but my understanding is that under the current situation, and as a result of lots of conversations going on over the last couple of days, that I'll speak for myself. I, as the patron in the House, in consultation with the industry, would rather defer action by this commission at this point in time.
On the Dominion one.
Pardon?
On the Dominion one, on the Phase 2 shared solar.
On the Dominion Phase 2, doing both, right? Just Phase 2? So yes, you're right, Mr. Chair. And just so the commission members and anyone listening knows, this does not mean that you shouldn't expect to see this bill in the General Assembly. It's just that given the current situation and the current proposed language, the efforts to try to get us in this very compressed period of time, I'm more comfortable waiting to deal with that issue with the General Assembly, even without the recommendation.
Yeah, there's no peace in the valley as to whether or not we should endorse a specific expansion of the cap, of the shared solar cap for Phase 2 territory, or whether we should leave it to the SCC to figure out in a litigated proceeding. We need to have some more conversation.
So we'll have to continue working on that, Mr.
Yeah, we need some more conversation about that. We're not in a position to endorse that right now. So there is one other shared solar bill. That's the APCO.
That would be the Phase 1 utility.
Phase 1 APCO. Yeah. So why don't you explain the bill that we endorsed on that, Carrie?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, for the shared solar program within Appalachian Power Company territory, the program is already established, and the bill before you does not increase the program capacity size. However, it does direct the State Corporation Commission to establish a minimum bill by December 31st, 2026. It does establish new net crediting functionality. And I think there are probably others in the audience that are better suited to describe the specifics of how the net crediting functionality would work, but there would be transparency on the bill for the customer.
Is this the bill that has, it's 388D?
388D, 1388D.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, this just has to do with making shared solar a little bit more user-friendly, I think.
And so I'm happy to read the most substantive change on lines 124 through 130 relating to net crediting, so that we're all clear. It would require net crediting functionality. Under net crediting, the utility shall include the shared solar subscription fee on the customer's utility bill and provide the customer with a net credit equivalent for the total bill credit value for that generation period minus the shared solar subscription fee as set by the subscriber organization. The net crediting fee shall not exceed 1% of the bill credit value. Net crediting shall be optional for subscriber organizations, and any shared solar subscription fees charged via the net crediting model shall be set to ensure that subscribers do not pay more in subscription fees than their amount received in bill credits for any billing period.
Weber.
Weber, you have a question?
Yeah, how do you explain that in simple English?
I think, and maybe one of the shared solar people could, maybe Charlie could explain this, but I think this has to do with when the customer gets their bill, it's all netted against each other on one bill, so you don't get two separate bills, one from the utility provider and one from the shared solar provider, right? So you're nodding your head. So you just get one bill.
Hi, Charlie Cogshaw with the Coalition for Community Solar Access Trade Association, representing the bulk of the shared solar market actors and also community solar actors across the country. But that's right, Senator Serval. It's basically consolidated billing. So it allows the customer to see not only the credit that they're receiving for their subscription to the shared solar project, but also to pay for the subscription on the utility bill, and then the utility will relay back that subscription fee to the subscriber organization, the third party that engaged with the customer in the first place. It's a simpler way to, it's simpler for the customer, simpler for the subscriber organization. It creates a lot of efficiency for the market and helps with the customer acquisition process.
So I got a house in New York, right? And I got one of these shared solar deals. And so, like, my house uses so much power from the incumbent provider, and it also gets some power from the shared solar deal from the whatever. I get two separate bills. Under this deal, it would all get wrapped into the incumbent provider's bill, and it would show how much it's using from each, and they deal with all the money and stuff, so I only write one check.
So then, if I'm a subscriber, I would get my bill from APCO, and then it would have all that on one bill?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
What does that cost to APCO?
So what's built into the legislation is similar to what's in Dominion's program already, which is a 1% fee based on 1% relative to the credit value is what the utility can recover to cover administrative costs. That's been sufficient to cover the same type of design in New York, Maryland, New Jersey, and it's pretty common status quo practice.
So they get paid. Simplify that again. They can charge 1% of the overall.
Of the overall credit value that the customer receives. So if it's $100 that they received as a credit, $1 would go to the utility to go towards administrative cost. But you spread that across, thousands of subscribers, and it all goes towards that administrative cost.
Yeah, good, Weber.
How many subscribers are there?
So currently, there's 50 megawatts of allocated capacity, and that was just awarded in July. There's probably no subscribers yet. It takes a couple of years for that to come into.
Has to be built out. Hasn't been built out yet. Yeah, open chain. Yeah, open chain. Did Browder had a question too, I think, or no?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Question, with the result of this bill, would it result in any cost shifting from either APCO or from net metering customers to the APCO's collective body of ratepayers who are not net metering?
If the fee doesn't cover the total cost of the net crediting software changes or whatever, there could be a little bit of a cost shift. They're gonna have to modify their software, I guess, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
But experience from other markets shows that that's not even necessary. It's always been below 1%. But we've also been in discussion with APCO, and we can talk to them more about that. We can talk to them more about expansion as well, which is something they've been at least open to discussions on.
Open Shane?
So, I mean, you've got, APCO's got no subscribers now.
Not yet.
They've got to set up this system, charge 1%, and it's supposed, that 1% is supposed to cover the setup, the implementation of this system. I mean, how are they going to recover the initial costs with no subscribers?
Well, they could amortize that over time. So it's 1% of every single bill that is being, subscribed over a period of
Perpetuity.
20 years.
So how many, Mr. Chair, how many subscribers do you project that APCO will have?
50 megawatts is what, about 500?
So 1 megawatt you could think of as between 100, 200 customers.
How many subscribers does APCO project that it's going to have?
I'm not sure if they've provided a projection.
So, Mr. Chair, I tell you what, we heard an awful lot of concerns expressed last year about APCO rates. And during the course of the General Assembly session, I'm extremely reticent about doing anything that has the potential to further exacerbate the challenges that ratepayers have in the APCO service territory. You're not satisfying my concerns about that. I'd like to maybe hear from APCO that they can assure us that it's not going to result in cost shifting to current ratepayers who do not subscribe.
Amanda, Ms. Cox,
Mr. Chairman.
what saith APCO?
Senator Obenchain, we actually just saw the language this week. So we're having conversations internally to figure out exactly what that cost would be. We did just update our system previously to be able to incorporate the minimum bill. So that just kind of came to fruition. We haven't applied that because there are no current subscribers. So hopefully in the near future, I'll have a better estimate for you. We're working through that.
Mr. Chair.
Obenchain.
So the cost of updating your system to do that to begin with, is that going to be recovered through this 1%?
I'm not sure exactly how that, I believe that is the cost is borne by our ratepayers. I'm not sure exactly how that trickles down to the shared solar subscribers.
Right.
Sorry. But we are having conversations. We are working with the stakeholders. We are trying to figure that out. To your point, affordability is very important.
No, and Mr. Chair,
Obenchain.
I understand that, and I don't think you have any choice but to engage in those discussions. Thank you.
I'll just add that so the net crediting fee covers just that cost of administering the consolidated billing function, but the administrative cost for the program is captured in the minimum bill outside of that. So, the commission's made a determination this past summer on kind of what those costs and benefits are of the program and came up with a number and a mechanism for instituting that. So I feel like it is a cost-effective program because of that. It has that oversight through the commission. It's also a form of energy that's being deployed more rapidly than other forms because it's on the distribution system. It can navigate permitting challenges. It doesn't go through the PJM process, which is also the reason why we were hoping to expand on the Dominion side as well, because this is an energy source that's available and can be deployed rather quickly.
And it brings customers' bills down.
And participants' customer bills will receive direct electricity cost reductions.
Participating customers.
Okay, any other questions? People who sign up. They're not necessarily more. Okay, any other questions? No? No other questions? Okay. Any other conversation? No, okay. Is there a motion that we endorse this one?
So moved.
Moved and seconded that we endorse this one. Any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor, say aye. 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 Anybody opposed? 1, 2, 2. No, 2 amigos.
Look, it's no time.
Oh, 3, Broward. Okay, thank you, Madam President. Okay, Browder's a no also. Okay. I think that completes all the bills. I think we still have to, oh, I'm sorry, it does not. Carrie, you have a budget request.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So if we could pull up the slides, Anna. Okay, so, Mr. Chairman, we currently have a budget allocation of $691,000 per year, and we do have carry-forward funds that support additional activities within our operations. However, in our base budget, that amount is the amount that we need to work with respect to staffing and additional benefits and our lease payments, et cetera, for all of our recurring monthly costs. And so we have looked at our budget and are requesting an increase to the budget so that we can hire additional staff and ensure that we're able to respond to the volume of kind of topics within the energy field, especially if we are to expand our scope to include natural gas utilities. That is a whole other body of work. And so we are requesting an annual allocation of $1.75 million per year.
Carrie, right now, we're authorized for what, 7 FTEs, I think?
7 FTEs, yes.
Right, we only got 3.
Correct.
Yeah.
And when I look at my budget with our current expenses in terms of lease rate, salary, fringe benefits, et cetera, I'm in a position where I can probably hire one more full-time staff, maybe have some additional contract support through our carry-forward funds, but we would not be able to lean into that full 7 FTE without a higher budget allocation.
You really need a lawyer, too. So we're not bothering Marvy all the time. We do, but she'd rather be working all the bills that she has to work on right now, I'm pretty sure.
We've been very grateful for DLS's support throughout the past 18 months. So I just want to appreciate our existing staff, Jamie and Anna, and Marvy and Tom Stevens, Amigo, the whole team over at DLS.
Obachane.
Does this mean we're going to have twice as many bills next year?
Let's hope not.
No.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Deed.
I would just reiterate something I said an hour or so ago. This is going to be a very tough budget year.
Yeah.
You know, what is the old saying? Pigs get fat, hogs get slaughtered.
Yeah,
You got to be careful. Got to be careful about what you ask for. You know.
Yeah.
And with the changes of definition, we might look at that Department of Energy budget as a source of funding.
He says this after Director Davis leaves.
That's right.
I would like to associate myself with the remarks of Senator Deeds.
I bet you would. Okay. Carrie would like us to ask for more money for her and her staff, which I think they definitely need. And we've definitely put in higher requests through the years that we've gotten what we've gotten so far, but we'll see what the process holds, I guess.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Is the suggestion that we ask,
Yeah.
that we ask for more money?
Yeah.
I share Chairman Lucas's and Senator Deed's, concerns about what will actually happen, but nothing will happen if we don't ask.
Right.
So I would move that we make this request and see what happens.
Okay. Sullivan moves. Is there a second to his motion that we ask?
I'll second.
Okay. Deeds seconds. Leading the hog to slaughter. Any other discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
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 Is anybody opposed?
See?
Nobody's opposed. Okay. Okay, one. Huh? You two, Jesse? 2 noes. 3 noes? Okay, 2 noes.
Not voted.
Okay. Don't we have to take public comment?
That is your prerogative, Mr. Chairman.
I think we'd have to at our full meetings, I thought.
I'm in support of public comment.
Okay, all right.
Tack on to that bill.
Let's do public comment, 2 minutes to speaker. You gonna come up? Sir, come on up.
We talked to Jay about this, I assume?
Engineer from Isle of Wight.
Politics got caught up in it.
Yeah. Really?
Hello, hopefully formerly known sewer, to something else. My name is David Tucker. I'm from Isle of Wight County. I'm talking today only as a ratepayer. All right. Seek nothing but low rates and better rate identification and accountability. Until then, nothing can want me to go away as much as I do. I sense promising momentum shifts of moving risk and harm from the residential ratepayer to tying all profits entirely to facilities efficient generation operation trends. Let's shutter poor performers. It's costing us, folks. I wish my energy performance work, which was emailed to the sewer, and y'all got it today, to be challenged. It is not complicated. I like the trial attorney opinion of professional engineers as a juror comment. I take this as a compliment and not as a joke on the ratepayer. However, my work is not opinion or conjecture. It is empirical. Regarding performance-based work group, this is something the Virginia Energy Department should have been performing all along, versus making Virginia the only state in the United States having a department as a member of SEIA lobbyists in 2024. I've seen utilities develop and present incorrect generation information at SEC level from a knowledgeable third-party work group, not grant money-sinking universities. The state would benefit with streamlined, standardized, disseminated results fortifying SEC questions on a ratepayer's behalf. Scrutinize co-ops and third parties as well. Pertinence generation data is already inputted into the EIA by the facility owners. A performance work group should remove the hindrances such as timeliness. There's a 19-month lag for yearly respondents, and some third parties enter blanks, making dissemination incomplete and hiding info from the ratepayer. Here I am in closing. For all to see where all the billing charges go, bring back riders listing all Dominion Energy, AEP, and include co-ops in their bills. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker. Appreciate your comments as always. One more. Anybody else wants to publicly comment? Come on up, get in line. Go ahead.
Good
Tell us
afternoon.
who you are, where you're from.
Mary Hodge, private citizen from Caroline County, Virginia. Just wanted to make comments on a couple of the bills. It is quite obvious the solar industry is funding Virginia University consortiums who will then create siting policies. We taxpayers and voters have already funded local planning commissions and boards, have diligently worked through these issues during the past 5 years, and created ordinances suited to their geography and based upon citizen input. To have clean energy goals inserted into local comprehensive plans or barring localities from restrictive ordinance will not be acceptable. According to the Weldon Cooper Center data, there's already been enough solar approved to meet the VCEA's goal, so further intrusion into county business should now be without cause. And respectfully, Delegate Weber, to my knowledge, 2 Virginia localities have rejected solar applications on former mined lands, Amherst and Sussex County. This is why local authority is so important. The local residents familiar with the history and geography of their territory knew that if the land was disturbed by solar, all the current buried contaminants would enter the local waterways, recreating the fish kills that had occurred in the past. Additionally, on solar siting, citizens request any forthcoming legislation include language that mandates safety data sheets be provided for all solar panels, mandated use of solar panels that do not have PFAs, forever chemical coatings, cadmium telluride, and other heavy metals contained, and ensure solar energy projects include contracts with third-party companies that will recycle solar panels or landfill them at a dedicated hazardous waste facility. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, doesn't look like it. Well, folks, thanks you for all your work this year. I'm sorry it was so compressed. I think next year we'll start our work in April instead of wait until August. It took a while to figure out how to structure the subcommittees, though, under our existing rules. So, but appreciate all the work. I think we're showing the value of this commission. Appreciate Carrie, Jamie, Anna, all your hard work this year. I know we really made you guys get on the treadmill really hard the last few months, but hopefully we saved us some time during session, vetting some stuff. Appreciate the public's focus here, and I think if anybody ordered lunch, Carrie's got it ready.
We'll bring it up.
Oh, we're bringing it upstairs, so.
Stick around.
Appreciate you sticking around for a 3-hour meeting today. That commission's adjourned.
Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Committee Room, B306. Did you know live Senate video is now available at youtube.com/@Senate of Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Committee Room, B306. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Committee Room, B306. Did you know live Senate video is now available at youtube.com/@Senate of Virginia? This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Committee Room, B306. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Committee Room, B306. Did you know live Senate video is now available at youtube.com/@Senate of Virginia? This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Committee Room, B306. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Committee Room, B 306. Did you know live Senate video is now available at youtube.com/@Senate of Virginia? This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Committee Room, B 306. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Committee Room, B306. Did you know live Senate video is now available at youtube.com/@Senate of Virginia? This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Committee Room, B306. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Committee Room, B 306. Did you know live Senate video is now available at youtube.com/@Senate of Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Committee Room, B 306. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Committee Room, B 306. Did you know live Senate video is now available at youtube.com/@Senate of Virginia? This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Committee Room, B 306. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Committee Room, B306. Did you know live Senate video is now available at youtube.com/@Senate of Virginia? This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Committee Room, B306. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Committee Room, B 306. Did you know live Senate video is now available at youtube.com/@Senate of Virginia? This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Committee Room, B 306. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Committee Room, B306. Did you know live Senate video is now available at youtube.com/@Senate of Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Committee Room, B306. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Committee Room, B306. Did you know live Senate video is now available at youtube.com/@Senate of Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Committee Room, B306. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Committee Room, B 306. Did you know live Senate video is now available at youtube.com/@Senate of Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Committee Room, B 306. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Committee Room, B 306. Did you know live Senate video is now available at youtube.com/@Senate of Virginia? This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Committee Room, B 306. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Committee Room, B306. Did you know live Senate video is now available at youtube.com/@Senate of Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Committee Room, B306. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Committee Room, B 306. Did you know live Senate video is now available at youtube.com/@Senate of Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Committee Room, B 306. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Committee Room, B 306. Did you know live Senate video is now available at youtube.com/@Senate of Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Committee Room, B 306.